Cute, sexy, and fun. You're watching CSF Nation's own WMK TV, Channel 90.
Welcome to Makini presents Peak Gaming. Makini presents Peak Gaming. Press start whenever you're ready. Makini Jaws presents Peak Gaming. Press start whenever you're ready. Makini Jaws presents Peak Gaming. Press start whenever you're ready.
There we go. Hope you guys are doing well this evening. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. I am just getting all of my, getting everything set up for tonight's show. I got like a bunch of tabs open on X as we go through this whole ordeal. We have about, I want to say, at least 2 videos I want to go over. We have at least 2 videos I want to go over, but probably just at least one. And before we kind of start on, I would like to get the review from the gamer's review of Wuchang Fallen Feathers, because it is just a freaking just absolutely just a complete mess of it's an absolute joke. It is really an absolute joke. And I want to get to one specific part in the review that I think really is really stupid, and it really needs to be addressed. So I got all the articles ready, all the links ready, so let's begin. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and game on. My name's Makini, 90 Yards German Illustrator. Welcome back to Makini Draws Presents Peak Gaming. Hope you guys are doing well this weekend. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I dropped a short this morning. Hope you guys checked that out. But we got a lot to go over tonight. We have a lot to go over tonight. And what I would like to do tonight as well, what we're going to do is we kind of go through all of these topics. What I want to do tonight is we're going to dual screen, so we'll have some background footage to go over, but we're going to dedicate a good chunk of tonight to my first playthrough of Wuchang Fallen Feathers. So, I dropped a poll early. I dropped a poll at the start of the show. Let me know what you guys would like to have on the second screen as we go through all of these topics before we jump to Wuchang. And it seems that from the one vote that we got, somebody wants Wuchang. We're going to have Wuchang set up in the background. So I'm going to let everybody kind of sit in and let everybody sit in, and then we'll get right into it. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been freaking amazing. Of course, if you guys can do me one little favor.
Hey, if you're enjoying this program, please smack that like button and make it jiggle.
And smack that subscribe button if you want to see more art content from Makini. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy the show.
Later.
Smack that like button, make it jiggle. Smack that subscribe button, make it jiggle. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been freaking amazing. I want to say hello to Riot Kitty and Clarence. Good to see you guys. If everyone can cast your vote tonight before we get right into the topics. And of course, the biggest topic that we're going to go over is more on the censorship side. And this is dealing with the passing of the UK Online Safety Act, which is really a complete lie. And if anything, it just turns the UK into what everybody feared, into a nanny state, and what is a blatant nanny state. And as I've said before on Makini, Makini in the morning shows I've been doing this week, I am not going to stop talking about this because this situation is very important. And to anyone who thinks that it's no big deal because it's only in the UK, we're not affected. No, it's going to start at one place and it's going to trickle into everywhere else. So at this point right now, I wouldn't write this off as not a big deal, because it is a very big deal and it's going to have long-term ramifications. So just give y'all heads up, just a heads up. So, but please cast your votes, guys. Speaking of which, Sean, no, I got Wuchang on PS5. I heard about the fallout from the optimization issues that the PC version has. So we are playing the PS5 version. However, they have been compensated. There has been a patch that has already been dropped at the timing of this show. But I'm gonna hold off until everything is sorted out on the PC side. So no, we're playing Wuchang on PS5. Everyone, we are playing Wuchang Fallen Feathers on PS5. Okay. Good evening, Sean. Hope you are doing well, guys. Smack that like button, make it jiggle. Smack that subscribe button, make it jiggle. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Before we get into the topics, I want to say thank you to everyone for showing up on the morning shows this week. It really, really appreciate that. We are close to 3.4K. We are very close to 3.4K subscribers. So we're just chuckling along, and if I haven't stressed it out how important this talking about this whole thing with censorship is, well, I don't know what else to tell you. So the reason we're waiting is because I want everybody to cast your votes in. What do you guys want on the second screen? Because it is a three-way tie between modded Cyberpunk, Wuchang, or Gotcha Slap / Mecha Break / other. And I kind of put those three in as a deciding factor because we can because I've been playing Karik Street lately. It's been pretty fun. Actually, play Karik Street for the first time. We could jump into Nikke or Snowbreak, or we do some Mecha Break, or do some other to kind of mix it up, just for the as we're talking about the situation that's going on in the UK, the censorship. I do want to discuss the fallout with itch.io because they're still getting backlash. They're still getting a lot of backlash over this, and it seems that everyone is pretty much universal on the censorship front. Everybody seems to be pretty much universal on the censorship front. There's not a lot of I'm having a hard time trying to find people who aren't against this whole censorship situation. So I'm gonna let you guys do it. Hey, you guys really want to jump to Wuchang, don't y'all? Okay. You guys seem to make your decision. So if we do that, then let me get my Elgato set up, and then we will get right into it. So you guys definitely have decided that you guys want Wuchang, but I'll give you guys another 5 minutes to make your decision before I close the poll. And but if you guys really want Wuchang to get off with Wuchang, then we will get started with Wuchang. It's gonna be a little tricky because I'm gonna be paying attention to two screens as we go along, but I think we can. I think that shouldn't be too much of a problem. So let me say that to all messages, sir. So we're all set for Makini Live tomorrow. We are definitely set for Makini Live tomorrow, and next week I'm going to be continue talking about everything that's been going on with the censorship situation. Speaking of which, to everybody who is in the CSF Nation Discord, I did put a section where you guys can for talking about the whole censorship discussion and everything. And if you guys want to offer any news or anything that I didn't pick up, please do so. I would really, really appreciate it. I think it's very important to get the word out. I think it's really, really important to get the word out on this because this whole situation is absolutely ridiculous, and it's just getting worse. Ultimately, it's just getting worse. So, anyway, I got everything queued up. I got my video for. Also, we're covering. Also, I want to react to Legendary Drops' Ubisoft video. Ubisoft video too, because he had some choice words for Yves Guillemot, the CEO, especially now that it seems that Ubisoft are blaming customers for basically their own failures right now. So, well, with that being said, let's go ahead and get right into it. I am going to drop Exit Stellar Blade, and then we're going to switch over to Wuchang. So let's go dual screen. Perfect. Dual screen. We are perfect for the dual screen. Let's turn on the Elgato for the main screen. Let me turn this. Let me activate. Where's my Elgato? Where is it? Where's the Elgato? Come on. Come on. Where's the Elgato? Where's my Elgato? Why is it not going right now? Okay. What the hell was that? Sorry. Some hell was that? I don't know what the hell was that going on. Okay. Let's go ahead and super chat. CSF Nation. Where is my Elgato? It is not popping up. So let me turn on display capture. Not this one. Display capture 2. And it is not working. Why? Is that coming from the screen? Okay, hang on, guys. Hold on. Okay. Okay, what is going on? Okay, seems that we're not getting any sound. I'm not sure why. Let us change it over to the dual screen. Okay. What is going on with my Elgato? Why is that? Okay, something is going wrong with my Elgato right now. So, something is going wrong with the game capture right now, and I'm not sure why. What the hell is going on? Okay, HDMI. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go. I think something wasn't connected in, so let's try this again. You guys do not hear it. Why is that? Okay. Let's do this again. So, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Where's my Elgato? Where is it? Okay. Video capture. Okay. Okay. Do you guys see the Elgato? Okay, why is the capture screen not working this time? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, we're having issues right now with my capturing software. What is going on? Okay, 1 second, guys. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me check the console side. Okay. Okay, nothing is happening yet. Okay, game capture. What's going on? Okay, game capture. Okay. I don't understand why it's not doing that. What is going on? Okay. Properties. Okay, let me set up a new scene. Let's set up a new source. Okay. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Switch it out. So let's fast forward. So make sure the dual screen. Make sure my dual screen is ready. There we go. Okay, now. Okay, dual screen. Let's see if we can get you going. Not gonna happen. Okay. So delete this one. So let's do video capture. Elgato 2. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay, here we go. Alright, technical difficulties are sorted out. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Okay. All right. Perfect. So we're gonna switch. Switch to the main one. Let's go switch out. Let's head home and let's pull up Wuchang. Okay. There we go. All right, let's pull up Wuchang. Okay, and this is my first Souls-like, by the way. This is my first Souls-like, so this probably is not going to help. But let's go ahead and get right into it, okay? So, as we got Wuchang opened up, as we finally have Wuchang opened up, let's go ahead and bring up the article. So, the main one that I want to start off with, is this tweet from Chris Middleton over on Twitter, X, wherever you want to call it. I'm gonna put everything in the link, and we're going to start off. Okay, so we're going to start off with the first article. This is coming from, and we got an update. Okay, so UK's Online Safety Act had just came into effect, promising a safer internet, and we know it is a complete lie. This law threatens your privacy, free speech, democracy, and paves the way for a surveilled, censored web. You want to know how bad it gets? So this is a full thread. Now, keep this in, like I said, it's not, like I said, you want to say this somehow somehow this is not a big deal? Yeah, just wait. 250 plus pages of confusing legislation. It is vague wording that leaves even experts unclear on its full requirements. Experts have derived it as incoherent and authoritarian. The alleged goal is to protect children, but the approach is so broad that it ends up undermining the very freedoms it claims to defend. So here's what the act does. It creates a new... Okay. This is what the act does. It creates a new... Let me turn you down just a little bit. So this is what it does. It creates a new duty care on all... Oh, I forgot to close the dang. Okay. I forgot to close the... I'll let it go. Jay, Emerald, good evening. Cast your vote if you want what you want to see as the background. We'll save Wuchang for later if you guys want something else differently, okay? Okay. But we are covering the situation. Say goodbye to private messaging. So platforms must proactively detect and remove illegal and harmful content. Age verification is blocked under 18 from adult material. Private messaging apps must scan for banned content. So this puts in a lot of restrictions, and I mean a whole lot of restrictions. Basically, you gotta have a license to go on the internet if you're in the UK at this point. Say goodbye to private messaging. The act pursues encrypted apps like WhatsApp and Signal to monitor user charts for illegal content, which experts say could require breaking end-to-end encryption. Ofcom claims that it won't enforce this immediately, but legal power remains. A backdoor to your private messages is now on the table. So basically, you're open to private messages now. You're open to private DMs as well. The age checks and death of anonymity. Any site with adult content must now implement highly, quote unquote, highly effective age verification. What that means is face scans, government IDs, and credit card checks. This applies to just beyond any poontang or to any user-generated platform. A hacked database of verified users is a privacy nightmare waiting to happen. Anonymity, especially in the UK, is under a very serious threat. So essentially, you want to go on to an adult site in the UK, you basically have to dox yourself. You're basically having to dox yourself at this point. And I know for me, and I know for many people in this chat, and for a lot of people watching, anonymity is very important, and what's going on in the UK is just taking all of that away at this point. The netcast is wide. This isn't just about big tech. The law covers any site that allows users to share or interact. That includes forums, messaging apps, cloud service, open source platforms, even Wikipedia is under threat too. Yes, Wikipedia is also under threat. Wikimedia has already launched a legal challenge. There's already a petition. A change.org petition to reverse this. So later I'll drop the link so that you guys can check it out yourselves, okay? Yeah, Emerald, don't say that. Emerald, don't say that, because that is going to be coming over here. Sooner or later, it will be coming over here, which is why we need to speak up right now. We need to fight back right now at this point. Will it make us safer? No, it will not. It will. It was never about safety. It was never about protecting children online. This is basically about control. This is basically what it is. It is all about control at this point. Control of your privacy, control over everything you do, dictating what you can and can't do, what you can and can't visit, without having to basically open yourself up to revealing your personal information and such like that. No, criminals will use VPNs, encrypted tools, in the dark web. The act does nothing to stop that. Meanwhile, everyone else will be surveilled, censored, and blocked. A UK survey of IT professionals just found out that 14% believe the law is fit for purpose. No, only 14%. It is. It basically is. And it's only 14%. Only 14% of IT professionals believe that this is going to work. And I think that's 14% too many. Censorship and chilled speech. The act assures platforms delete quote-unquote harmful content, even if it's legal, leading to automated takedowns of art, satire, or dissent. So that means whatever I'm creating, whatever maybe Sean is creating, whatever anyone's probably creating is probably going to be under threat as well. New offenses for quote-unquote serious psychological harm, which risk criminalizing heated debates. Platforms will over-censor to avoid fines stifling free speech. The thing is, it's so vague because it's vague for a purpose. It's vague for a purpose because they want to change. They want discourse. They want discourse, basically. They want to control the discourse. They want to control what you say. They want to control what you post and such like that. And this is not This is not about safety. This is not about safety at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and start running this. The Secretary of State can shape what content is being prioritized or suppressed. The UK government has now indirect control over online speech. Now, there's an update to this as well, because this now goes into this whole thing now goes into you have to have a license or you have to show your ID to even watch protest videos. They're actually banning protest videos in the UK thanks to this act. Or banning the viewing of protest videos now. The notifications on block. The fight's not over. Wikipedia is suing. Tech firms are pushing back. A government petition has over 82,000 signatures. Yes, a government petition has over 82,000 signatures. Safety online matters, but not at the cost of freedom to speak, freedom to browse anonymously, or communicate securely. I say this law must be challenged. What do you think? This law needs to be challenged. This law needs to be completely challenged, as we are about to get started with Wuchang Fallen Feathers, and I have so much to do. So I'm trying to be two places at once at this point. Now, some people have the idea of going and using a VPN, like a VPN to bypass this. Well, that's not going to work anymore. Because, well, for one thing, the UK Online Safety Act now blocks subreddits like r/cider, r/SA, and r/stop smoking for users under 18. And it feels like globalists are using the UK to test how much insane laws they can implement and get away with it pretty much. But if you are, and not only that, the European Union, the same EU that is, supposed to be consumer advocacy, is now giving platforms 12 months. You got 12 months to deploy a strict age verification, or else you are going to be affected. So, a random corporation implements content policies, and then two government bodies implement age verification at the same time. Then, briefly after, one country has already been caught abusing the system to censor protest footage. Yes, they are censoring protest footage now. Someone warned us. Dude, everybody was warned. Everybody was fucking warned over this. Okay? We told you so. People said we told you so. And by the way, to anybody, and here's another one, Cloudflare, and a lot of this has come from Pirate Software and Mab Savvy, by the way. Cloudflare is now blocking U.S. private streaming sites. Some sites that say like Gematsu and such like that, you have to go through a Cloudflare check to make sure you're check to see if you're a real human being. That's kind of what it is what, or at least with my experience with Cloudflare. But Cloudflare restricts UK private streaming sites, including VPN servers, per court order. Motion Picture Association, Disney Plus, Netflix targets 14 sites up to 200 domains. Users encounter error 451, unavailable for legal reasons. Basically, if you're in the UK and you're trying to use a VPN to bypass this, and especially through Cloudflare is now blocking it. Cloudflare is now blocking it. Non-UK VPN users may still be able to bypass these restrictions. And by the way, they will come after external VPN users too. They will come after external VPN users too. Speaking of which, let me see if I can find it. The Pixiv thing, I'm probably gonna bring that up on Makini Live tomorrow. But this X user displays error to users even those not in the UK. This is what it's showing up. So this whole thing, this Safety Act is affecting everyone in the EU. It is blatantly affecting everybody in the EU at this point. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm sorry, 1 second. A little warm right now. Sorry about that. Okay. A little warm right now. Okay. So I just see the screen, sunlight, and everything. This is what's showing on one user, and the X displays this error to users, even those not in the UK. So you might want to check your Twitter as well if you're getting this issue too. So but going back on track to people who use VPN. And yeah, by the way, yeah, Visa, and this has gone even more beyond the the payment processors too, because let's go ahead and bring this up. So if you use there was a whole thing where, if you're a VPN user, you can change your you can change your location to avoid censorship. That ain't working anymore. Changing your country no longer works to bypass the censorship. It is getting really bad, guys. On top of the payment processors having this much control over everything you do, it is getting really, really bad. Let me go ahead and open up the. Let me go ahead and see if I can find the. Let me find the. So we got the payment processor. We got this here. There is one thing. Okay, so apparently they found the person who is behind it. Packer Girl. Justice Defend founder Karen is responsible for the UK. Laya Mikowait, who is apparently is the CEO of Justice Defense Fund, and she is the mastermind behind this UK Safety Act, which is not safe anymore. And she is going after VPNs next. So these are real comments. Yeah, you're going after prawn sites. You're going after all these different sites and such like that. And people want to say, it's not affecting the US, so it's no big deal. No, this is a big deal. Just because you don't care, just because it's going after stuff that you may not like, you may not care, doesn't mean that they're not gonna start going after stuff that you like as well. And smoke alarm beat. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, guys, it's gonna get worse. Okay, let me turn here. Let me see if I can turn this off. Okay. So, to a tool by use in the First Amendment. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Based on the information we found, and tweet about, she's wrong. Yeah, the UK is not a safer place for children. It is not a safer place for children, and you know that, and you know it's a blatant lie. And what you're saying is a blatant lie. Lawmakers enacting age verification laws for online poontang sites should add provisions and mandate blocking no VPNs. She's going after VPNs. The next target is VPNs. And clearly she's got some skeletons in her closet too. Clearly she's got some serious skeletons in her closet. And we now need federal law mandating third-party age verification for access to any website that allows poontang per terms of service. The U.S. Supreme Court has deemed age verification for online poontang constitutional. You're trying to make it federal law, which SCOTUS justices will say that it's up to the states, especially when 26 of the states say no. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, X should do the same. X should do the same if it continues to distribute poontang per terms of service. You gotta look for. You actually have to look for that in sites like X and such like that. By the way, you actually have to look for that. And this is what this is. It's not even a left versus right issue anymore. This whole situation is not a left versus right thing anymore. This is all about, this is blatant about censorship. I'm totally sorry. I'm gonna go. So yeah, you'll need the soon you'll need the idea. God, soon you'll need the idea to browse the internet, play video games, or watch movies regardless of your country. So taking anonymity away completely. So just that's what it's coming down to. Is just wanting to take anonymity away completely. I'm sorry, I need to get to gaming. So So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna and yeah, Wikipedia, and the reason why Wikipedia is mounting a lawsuit against this is that they are facing a UK ban because of the stipulations with the Safety Act. UK Wikipedia is facing a ban, and it's currently in a legal battle with the UK government. So this is affecting everyone. Wikipedia stated that they will not implement any of these rules, arguing they will be forced to censor crucial facts and potentially expose their volunteer contributors to real-world harm, such as political harassment or worse, purely for documenting the truth. Well, considering it's Wikipedia, it's a mixed bag on that one. In addition, Wikipedia says bad actors could easily abuse new laws by filing fake complaints or exploiting vague harm rules to force them entirely to removing policies that people or the UK government corporations simply disagree with. And they will turn this into a political thing. Or if it's not already a political thing as it is. Because this is blatant control. Okay, this is blatant control here. So, yeah. Basically. So, yeah. And of course, according to French authorities, Twitter is now a criminal organization. This is insane. This is everything about this is complete insanity, and this is why I think that we got to fight back on this. And I'm dead serious in that people need to fight back on this. People need to speak up about this, because even people who are pro censorship the people who hate the gamers and such like that are now everybody's unified basically. Everyone is basically unified. However, we never forget who they are and how we warned them in the past. People like Vita enabled censorous groups dismissing gamers and their concerns. People like Booty Adams, who chaired for the collective shout to quietly delete his tweet after I called him out and was calling him out and made a jab at journalism, only for him to retweet a post implying that podcasting and journalism are different, confirming he saw me embarrassing him. People at Kotaku, current and former, remember they cheer on the collective shout and call me horrible names for defending No Mercy. And guess what? I will defend No Mercy. I will defend every one of these games getting banned on Steam and itch.io. And not a peep about the biggest news and entertainment from any game blogging site in a meaningful way. None of the here's the thing you gotta like. Here's the thing you absolutely gotta like. None of the big gaming sites are talking about this. Barely any of the gaming sites are talking about this, by the way. Yeah, she's pretty. This is my first Souls-like game. That's like I said. Yes, I will remain bitter, but I won't be the bigger person because they ruined the goodwill. Yeah, a lot of that goodwill has basically been thrown out the window at this point. All of that goodwill has basically been thrown out the window. So let's go ahead and get right. I'm gonna take a look at this. very interested to see what's going on right now. But the whole thing, no, that's the nickname is Booty Adams, Khalif Adams. We Hypnotic and a couple of people refer to him as Booty Adams. Atreus' first name is Sugar Bear Adams, but still. Because it's how much of a shill he is, basically, Emerald. I can't wait. Oh, this is gonna be my first experience. Okay. So we're going down this way. So yeah, the whole thing, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up a video from Chibi Reviews before we move on, before we continue on. Okay. So from what I've heard, this is like very you have to be very patient when it comes to a Souls-like, and this is my first experience of a Souls-like, so. So we have a heavy, light attack, use item, shift, switch weapons, light attack, heavy attack, weapon skill, discipline. Oh, discipline. So you have, there's your attack buttons. Okay. Cast a spell. Switch spells. Okay, so you can switch spells on the fly. Use item. Swift draw. Okay, draw your sword and everything. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. I don't. What are you talking about? Oh, Reggie. Yeah, Reggie's cool. Good evening, Ronnie G. So we're gonna okay, that's how you do it. Okay. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna pull up Chibi Reviews this video next, but let's experience this first. So you guys voted on Wuchang as our background as I go over all these topics, and then we'll so you guys voted Wuchang, so let's go. Okay, so I have to come into this with like different sensibilities, basically. Okay. All right. Let me pull up Chibi Reviews' video because he does a good breakdown of this whole thing. And I'm going to go over the itch.io situation a little bit later.
I came upon you in a brooklet some days past. You lay passed out due to the feathering. I moved you to the cave to recuperate.
The feathering?
Because we still have that backlash. Because itch.io is still suffering that huge backlash.
Attacked worship's rise 6 moons ago, spreading unthinkable horrors, after which many bore feathers on their bodies. A malady unlike any other, without hope of a cure.
Game is a bruise.
This silk manuscript.
Please Necro next.
Here, take it.
Okay.
Should you have other concerns, pray, speak then.
Okay. I am so new to this right now.
You're not from around here, are you? The name's Charlie from Worship's Rise. Don't you dare look down on me just because I'm crippled. My brother and I were once the town's finest heroes.
Let me know if the audio, if I need to boost up the audio a little bit.
Medicines treat me. Pathetic.
Have you played Code Vein? No, I have not played Code Vein, actually. This is my first real experience this is my first real experience at a Souls-like, guys, so.
to have recuperated well. The old Taoist mentioned your encounter with that demon, Wuchang knew. I am glad to see you on your feet again. But your arm, the feathers are still there. The feathering's a nasty curse. Even the Taoist doesn't have a cure for it. With your skills, maybe you should check out the Shu Sanctum. There could be something there to hold back the feathering.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Not one of the same thing, okay. Okay. I guess these are the items. Oh, I guess these are the DLC items. Okay. I guess this is your donation box. Okay.
Most people have to be carried out of the Reverend Temple. You, though, you get to walk out on your own. Xuanyangzi may be harsh with his words, but he tends to my eyes every day. Some of the worship's rise folk came here, fleeing.
Okay.
But they didn't stay long. They rushed back out, unaware of how dangerous the world truly is.
However, due to changing social conditions.
Okay. So he does because Chibi Reviews does bring up the Pixiv stuff, which I'm gonna cover tomorrow. Actually, the Pixiv situation I'm gonna cover tomorrow. So offer blood as shrine of weakness power. Okay. How do I? Oh. Okay. I assume this is a save point. And we're probably not going to get many of those save points. Okay, I assume that is a save point.
Young lady, are you infected too?
Okay.
Since the feathering outbreak in Worship's Rise, many have fallen ill. First, feathers start growing on your arms. Then you lose your mind. Before long, you turn into a monster that craves human flesh. Lucky for me, Xuanyangzi brought me to the Reverend Temple. His medicines kept me going, but who knows how long it'll last? Your symptoms are lighter than mine. Best stay here and recover. It's utter chaos out there, especially in Worship's Rise. I doubt there are many survivors left. Still waiting for the Taoists to check on me. Take care out there, young lady.
Special plan. Okay.
I saw the old Taoists carry you in the other day. Looks like you caught the plague too, huh?
Seems that these people have also caught the plague. Huh?
Growing on your arm now. Just like mine. He's got a heart of gold.
I'm very interested in this right now. I am very, very interested. How did you guys learn anatomy? Help improve your drawing? What books or YouTube channels do you recommend? First off, Mark Brunette. Let's start with that one. Mark Brunette. As far as books, just kind of general anatomy books. I just learned by doing it, man. A lot of trial and error. It was a lot of trial and error, and it took me years to... I still haven't even figured it out either.
You might want to head to the sanctum. It could be your last hope.
So to the sanctum. Okay. from AJR. Okay, yeah. So. Okay, so we're gonna scroll down here. This is what we got. So yeah, it's just. Let me go ahead and here. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Chibi Reviews this video, so that way we can just get a good idea. So that way you guys get a good idea on what's going on and everything. Okay.
However, due to changing social conditions, especially increasing requests from credit card companies and payment providers, the cost of reviewing R18 content has continued to rise. As a result, it has become difficult to maintain our current fee structure while continuing to offer the same level of service. Bad news doesn't stop there. We also have this. Due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. But don't worry, it doesn't stop there. We also have this. UK Online Safety Act takes effect today. Users must verify identity with a third party and scan their face to access adult content online. Proposed screen time limits require age verification for video games exceeding 2 hours. I'll talk more about this in a second, it's very important. Non-compliance fines up to 18 million euro or 10% revenue. Sites may be blocked. Access to porn games, niche gaming forums, or non-state approved content will be restricted.
Yeah, that's a very important thing when it comes to non-state approved. The hell? Oh. Oh, this is your training. Okay. Okay. Oh, the dodge. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, so it's what the UK deems non-state approved, basically. It's what the UK deems non-state approved. It's basically what the UK is deemed non-state approved. And that is strict prohibits basically. It's what the UK deems non-state approved, basically. And that it is such a slippery slope because they can deem anything as non-state approved at this point.
Platforms like Pornhub, Discord, Reddit, and Grindr are compliant. Ofcom investigates 4chan, which may face Cloudflare block under court order. From my understanding, 4chan's already blocked today, so yeah, it has been blocked.
Yeah, pretty much.
Aims to prevent kids from accessing harmful social media content like porn. So, let's get right into this. So, first off, before I really dive into this whole bombshell and talk about how it extends way beyond just, let's say, goon content, and this, if you don't know who this is one of the biggest leakers and, like, you know, speakers for ReZero online, and he talks about the situation that it's much more than, like, goon content, adult content that is being censored with that UK Safety Act that came out today. He talks about how it's going to be affecting fiction and just, you know, stuff that, you know, is not real whatsoever, kind of continuing the trend of what we've seen from payment processors. But I'll get into this in a second. I want to talk about Pixiv, because it's very quick, and I can kind of get this out of the way very quickly. So, Pixiv is not ground zero, but very close to ground zero in terms of content being censored, or forced to bend the knee to some degree. They were attacked, like, a year plus ago by payment processors like Visa and MasterCard. I made a video talking about this basically over a year ago, but it's an old story that they've already been affected. We've already known that they've been hit for a while, but what this is an update apparently in June, almost a month ago. I didn't even hear about this, but it got brought to my attention, and that's why I'm bringing it up now, and a lot of people might be completely unaware of this, so that's why I'm spreading it. But basically, Pixiv, because of how payment processors are offering and how they're doing certain charges or fees and different things like that, it's causing the cost of basically maintaining R18 content and reviewing the content it's becoming more expensive thanks to how Visa and MasterCard have such a monopoly. They're draining them dry. And so they're having to raise the fees on...
Because of the heavy restrictions, especially when it comes to... you know, from the payment processors, has made it much harder to maintain R18 plus content on Pix, especially on sites like Pixiv, and that is a big... That is a big issue. That is definitely a big issue. And with yeah, it's a big issue with R18 plus content on Pixiv. It's making it much harder to really much harder to maintain, and even purposefully making it more expensive to maintain as well.
On the site just to be able to maintain the same level of quality and service, because it's getting so astronomically high, because obviously Visa and MasterCard is choking Pixiv out of anything they possibly can. So once again, about power, about control, about assuming control over other companies, that's what's going on. But basically, this is an old story. Like, this is old news technically, and it's about a month ago, but a lot of people are unaware of this. I just found out about this, so I'm making sure more people are. Now, with that being said, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, which is this. So, let's begin. If you ever wanted proof that we're living in dark times, then look no further than what's happened in just the last week alone. Obviously, the story of censorship and payment processors assuming control over many sites or forcing Japan to bend the knee stems back years ago. And there's even stuff probably I'm unaware of that came before that. But the big point is, in the last week alone, we have definitely seen a massive acceleration of censorship all across the world. To what Collective Shout did with payment processors, causing Steam to remove hundreds of games, to what happened with itch.io, removing their entire adult game catalog.
The whole thing with Collective Shout is more of that. It's becoming more of a... The thing with Collective Shout is becoming more of a symptom. Is a symptom of the payment processors having this much control, you know? The payment processors having this much control, basically. And Collective Shout is a symptom. Do we let them off the hook? Oh, hell no. That's why it's important we need to lay this pressure on, because they won't stop. You know, groups like Collective Shout are basically a part of the Australian government. Basically a part of the Australian government, so they got an arm in this race. They got a leg in this race. They got a leg on this, basically. And you know, they're basically working in cahoots with. They're basically working in cahoots with the payment processors too. One second. Oh, come on. Okay. It's just a small factor.
Thousands of games, and people losing their games, not being able to either download them, losing their revenue. It literally put thousands of people without jobs, without the ability to make money anymore. And so many games come from itch.io, so many indie games that eventually branch out and become colossal hits with so many content creators. It was a massive blow what happened the other day, and it's insane to see a site like that get hit so freaking hard. But obviously, it goes much further than that. Today, we have the UK Online Safety Act that officially came into effect. Now, I'm going to be completely blunt. I don't live in the UK. I live in the United States, and I obviously, thankfully, don't have to deal with this. But it is very important to talk about, because the situation here obviously showcases an acceleration of society and what is obviously growing. It's a growing trend as of late, and I think everybody is starting to see it. There is this acceleration with many different organizations and groups and stuff to force censorship and control over fictional content. And what we are clearly seeing here is that. And I want to talk about in general what this Online Safety Act is doing. Pirate Nation outlined this, and there's some things I want to talk about here, but basically he brought up all these different things that's going on, and one thing in particular was this one that stood out to me. The required age verification for video games exceeding 2 hours. Basically, screen time limits. And when I read this, I'm not gonna lie, I chuckled to myself because I thought it was just so... It was so insane, I didn't want to believe it was possible. And I scrolled down just to see, okay? And there is a community note here. And I clicked it, and I was like, okay, maybe it's gonna confirm that something's wrong here. This man usually posts accurate information, but I was just curious. So I find the article that's linked here, apparently talking about the 2-hour screen time limit. And I go to it, and it is an official article. There is actual talks for screen time limits and stuff, and it's definitely going to be brought up later this year. Apparently, if you scroll down, you'll literally see them talking about it, that they're wanting to bring it up. So the government, UK, and people probably in Europe as well, are currently discussing 2-hour time limits for people online, for video games. That's, you know what other country does that?
China. This is the exact same thing they do in China. Imposing a 2-hour limit, basically, on video games. This is the exact same shit they do in China. And don't think they would try to impose everything that you see with the UK Safety Act, which is not really a safety act. Everything that you see with the UK Safety Act is... Don't think that they're not going to try to slowly impose that onto the rest of the world. It almost sounds as if the UK is basically a test run. What they've been doing in China, and China is heavy censorship as well. Just remember that. So, if anything, this is just nothing but a test run.
China does that. I won't even elaborate any further with that one. Anyways, the point of the matter is that Pirate's post here isn't necessarily inaccurate. This technically has been proposed. It's not wrong here. It doesn't mean that it's in the bill, but judging by how they were able to get something like this to pass today, and how wide of a net and effect it is having now, it's very obvious that most likely this is going to pass. What makes things even crazier about this entire situation is that, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't live in UK or in Europe, okay? But correct me if I'm wrong, because I remember hearing about it. Didn't the government, like, stop investigation into a PDF ring? Like, affiliated with, like, the government officials or whatever? Didn't they, like, stop the investigation or whatever? Like, completely, like, shut it down? Like, it was a few months back. Maybe a year ago, but I remember something about that happening. It was completely shut down, and I remember people being upset about that.
Right.
But then, this passes. And the big motivation here, that the reason why this was passed, was to protect kids. Now, in a perfect world, I know what they mean by this, and I see the positives there. Yes, in a perfect world, fine. I am on board. But the optics of this bill, or this act, this law that was passed, not bill, but this law that was passed and came into effect, it extends way beyond that. They got it passed thanks to the optics of wanting to protect kids, but it was never about protecting kids.
No, it never
There's
was
a lot of evidence to support
just the same
it
way,
wasn't
just
about
the same
that.
way with the whole
Even
thing with Collective Shout wanting to protect, you know, women, children, and abuse victims. It never was about that in the first place.
We want to disregard the potential PDF ring or whatever was going on that was shut down. You have the situation where there has been people literally arrested in UK and in Europe for posting memes online. I mean, here's just a random Asmongold video, actually, from earlier this year. I'm just going to play the beginning of this. I'll just let him read it to you.
6 British officers arrest 2 parents in front of their children for criticizing a school. So this is literally
arresting parents for criticizing a school. There's been people arrested for memes, posting just random memes online, getting them arrested, or the police showing up to their door or whatever, and this is what the resources of the government of UK is using their money on. They're doing that. And so when you see a situation like this, it's very obvious what this is. This is not to protect kids. It's very obvious this is used to become a police state. It is used to become a state to watch over and stop people from doing what they don't want them to do, or figure out if they're having the wrong think, the wrong thoughts, for instance, that don't align with what they want. You know what we currently have going on right now? Shimonetta. We actually have sped run a Shimonetta reality.
Shimonetta is becoming
it's
more
so
of a...
insane to me that we are living in a year that is so close to Shimonetta actually being reality that it's sickening. Like, honestly, the situation is worse than Shimonetta, because obviously...
Except these people are using Shimonetta
in Shimonetta, you have, like, a crazy yandere girl, you know, going after the guy, okay? And obviously people will be like, oh, I wish I had that. But that's not our reality, okay? Our reality is that you'll just straight up be thrown away for, you know, or called, brought into question by police or authorities or whatever if you dare post anything that is of fictional content. It needs to be policed, it needs to be censored, it cannot be shown whatsoever. We have legitimately entered into a timeline to where Shimonetta is no longer could just be looked at as a parody or satire. It was a warning. It was a documentary on what would happen in society. Do I think that the author of Shimonetta ever intended the series to be that? No, definitely not. But as we get further and further, as the years tick on by, it's very obvious that we are reaching that type of reality. You have so many examples that I've covered just in the last week alone of so many different sites or different things getting censored that we're getting to that point. And there has been so many people that I have seen actively cheering for certain things getting censored. Like, for instance...
They're not cheering now.
The Steam obviously got rid of a bunch of incest games and all that, and I saw people cheering and be like, why would you be upset about them removing that? And here's the...
To anybody who says that, this is a slippery slope. It is a slippery slope. Like, anybody wants to get at me with all those games, it's like, yeah, yes. Are they degenerate? Yes. Are they disgusting? Yes. But they have every right to be on there. I'm not going to be playing them, but I think that every game has a right to be, every game has a right to exist, basically. And I will stand by that. If you cannot disseminate fiction from reality, don't play it. So yes, I will defend all those games that have been banned off Steam and itch.io and likely other sites, guarantee you. Yes, I will be standing up for that. V made a good point of like, I'm gonna have to put he may have to put his own reputation on the line defending this kind of stuff, but this is the slippery slope, and this is the stuff that people need to talk about. And the problem is that for the longest time, no one wants to talk about this. That's the problem, is that nobody wants to talk about this. This is a heavy topic, and I can understand that it's a heavy topic, but those who don't understand history are doomed to repeat this. And we are speed running into a heavy censorship future, where even creativity, where you can't be creative, you can't take risk anymore, you can't express. You can call me a tinfoil hat, you can tell me I'm being hyperbolic, but this is happening, and everybody's going to be and everybody is talking about it at this point. Sorry, it's just... pretty soon a game like this, games like this will be attacked. Like it hasn't been already under attack as it is. Anyway, let's continue.
The problem.
Sorry, let me continue.
It never stops at what you dislike.
Exactly.
It's a slippery slope. It keeps going, and it gets worse and worse. And now people that used to cheer for censorship are now screaming and being like, I'm on your side now. I have actively seen those that have cheered for censorship over the years change and switch sides in just the last week alone and being like, yeah, I'm anti-censorship.
They change and switch sides. And here's the thing. They change and switch sides because they don't stop. Because they understand that it's soon enough, it's going to be something they like. Something they're into, something that they support is going to be censored as well. Because these people do not understand. They do not understand of the slippery slope. You censor one thing, you're trying to tell people what to do. You're trying to tell people what to view, and it's not going to stop. Pretty soon, games like Star Blade, games like this, it's going to be censored. Violent video games, going to be censored. This is all this shit that Jack Thompson has been spewing about for decades. Well, guess what? Now he's getting now if we don't do anything about it, he's going to get what he wanted. And it's starting to affect them. It didn't matter until it started to affect you. It didn't matter until it started to affect something that you like. And now you want to up here switch sides. Get the hell out of here with that.
But I'm just like, no, you're not. You're upset that your stuff finally got hit.
Exactly.
And it's very obvious just who has been a part of the conversation and who hasn't. But regardless of that, even if I push that to the side, the point is that there is people that legit don't understand that this content that is being censored isn't real. It's fictional. It's not hurting anyone. It's not illegal. It is literally a video game. Or it is a manga. Or it's an anime. Okay? It's not hurting anyone. It doesn't do anything. That's it. And the fact that you have these payment processors, these companies, these governments, these activist groups coming in and basically dictating what you can or cannot watch, read, or play is evil. Actually evil. It is very evil. They should not have any right to do something like that. But also, on top of that, it leads into just control of the people. Obviously, even if we want to disregard payment processors in this case, since obviously we're talking about the UK stuff, this is really bad. Because what this does in UK, what this sets up, is other countries to follow. We have definitely seen a massive increase of censorship and people trying to go after others for fictional content and stuff like that. There's just been a heavy push. And this is the first step. If something is not done, people don't speak up, and they don't talk about this more, it's going to get worse. People will start to say, oh, it's just the UK. It doesn't bug me. It doesn't bother me. It's not going to come and affect me. 10 years later, you're in the exact same situation. Yeah, it's 10 years later, but it still happened. The point is that it's a domino effect. Once the dominoes start to fall, or the slippery slope, you start to slip on it, it gets faster and faster. Which is why I talked about at the beginning of the video, the acceleration of censorship in just the last week alone. Because these companies
have that much power. The companies have that much power, and they don't know when to stop. That's what it's all about. It's never been about protecting women, protecting children, protecting the innocent, protecting just protecting Mars. Whatever you want to put it in there as your freaking excuse. This has always been about control, power, and control, and this is a war against freedom of expression. But it's no big deal, right? It's only happening in the UK, right? Get the fuck out of here with that.
payment processors, these activist groups, these governments, they realize they can get away with it. They have too much power, so much control. They can get away with it. And that is the scary situation. It's really bad. This issue stems way beyond me just talking about anime and manga. I understand I'm an anime and manga channel, but this situation is so beyond that. It is a legitimate attack on freedom of expression, artistic freedom to draw what you want, to write what you want. And it's gross, man. It's actually gross that we are living in a timeline to where...
Don't think that it's going to go that deep. That it's not going to go that deep. To where you're being dictated what you can or can't draw, what you can or can't write, what you can or can't post online. Don't think that it's going to go that... It's not going to go there. Because it will.
We're getting closer and closer to the memes becoming reality. Mm-hmm. And Shimonetta also being a documentary.
Reality. Idiocracy becoming
I'll leave it
reality.
at that. I wanted to talk about the situation. It's pretty bad. And I, once again, want to say, I may not live in UK, but it's important to talk about this because it's bad. I mean, what Stride here mentioned, which actually, you know, is very important here. He talks about how, like, some of the actual wording in the law literally discusses that it attacks fictional content, which means that you don't even need to be actually like a person or even depicted as a person. It could be a creature, and that's censored. That basically means theoretically.
That means theoretically they could go after furry. They will be going after furry content as well. Anything that's depicting a human or any sort will be banned, will be censored, will be banned. Don't forget it. Don't forget that, okay? They will go after furry content. They will go after LGBTQ content. Guaranteed. Why do you think everybody's being universal about this now? Hey, awesome one.
Like Lion King couldn't exist. Lion King would be unable to exist. Stitch, like Lilo and Stitch, wouldn't be able to exist. Aliens, any type of aliens or something, couldn't exist. What they're basically saying is that you cannot have any violence or anything that is for adults ever again. It's not good. This doesn't stop here. It's gonna get worse, and it will keep getting worse until more people find out about this and speak out about it. I'll leave it at that, though. Leave a like on the video if you enjoyed the video. Once again, sorry I didn't cover Takapi Original Sin today. I wanted to do it, but this obviously took priority. I will cover the episode tomorrow for Takapi. But I love you guys.
Like I said yesterday, you can't have GTA made today. You can't have stuff like Game of Thrones made today. I bet you if this was the case right now, you can't have anything like Lord of the Rings made today. I'm serious. You can't have any of this made today. A lot of your favorite stuff, a lot of the stuff that we grew up loving, they can't be made today. Because it would be heavily censored. This stuff cannot be made today. You can't have Red Dead Redemption, Bully Manhunt today. There's so many things, man. It goes past just Rockstar games. You can't have a lot of stuff made today under these heavy censorship laws, and because everything is too sensitive. And here's where the big problem is. And this is where another problem is. When everything is sanitized, everything is censored, you stifle creativity. I go back to stories I used to hear about, like, when it came to, like, Senran Kagura, you know, 7 couldn't be made because they would have to censor themselves on a creative level. Just on a design idea, just on a design level, on a creative level, they can't. You censor creativity because you don't want your stuff to be shadow banned or censored or have to offend the wrong person. That you have to be very you have to be very your stuff has to be very sensitized, and that actually affects people on a creative level. On a creative standpoint, on a design standpoint, a lot of stuff can't be made. So creators would have to self-censor themselves. And that's the point that we're getting at. I shouldn't have to self-censor myself. Emerald shouldn't have to. Nobody should have to. Because this is the ultimate, everybody having to be on eggshells. Everyone has to be on eggshells. People have been speaking about this for years, and now this is where we're getting to. This is exactly where we're getting at. So yeah, that was Chibi Reviews. This video, I'm gonna put it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put a link to I'm gonna put a full link to his video and his channel, guys. If you guys want to watch it, if you guys want to watch it, if you guys want to rewatch it, give Chibi Reviews a follow. I'm gonna have him keep up with this because he has been keeping up with this whole thing the entire time. Hey, Riot. On top of that, let's go over to on top of that, I want to go over to itch.io real quick. So, itch.io adheres to strict card processing network rules prohibiting non-consensual content picked below. Games violating these rules cannot be published. The content review is case by case, and violations potentially lead to refunds or frozen transactions. So here's the full list. The following is a non-exhaustive list of prohibited items present in card processing networks. We are unable to support the sale of any works containing these topics: non-consensual content, real or implied, underage, barely legal terms. You know why they're trying to label. They're so desperate. Everybody is so desperate to try to label Annie, the Grok AI, is childlike because that's going to put Elon under heavy trouble with that. When you look at at Annie, and nothing about her is childlike. Sweet Home Alabama or pseudo Sweet Home Alabama content, bestiality or animal related, grape, coercion, or force related, that word trafficking implications, revenge poontang, voyeur / hidden cam, and fetish involving bodily waste or extreme harm, excluding that word and vomit. And it's crazy because they said that they back then, itch.io was built on having those kind of games. It's almost impossible to come up with an exhaustive list on unacceptable products to sell. So often we have to take content reviews one at a time. If an issue arises with your account that isn't already covered by our policy, then we will contact you and share you what options we may have. If you've collected money while in violation of terms, we may be forced to refund or freeze all pending transactions as accounts in violation of our terms are not eligible for payouts. And I brought this up yesterday. When they took down all of those adult games off of their platform, a lot of those games were hidden. Basically, they were shadow banned. But a good chunk of those adult games were outright banned. Meaning that the customers who actually paid for it cannot even access it now. Due to the payment processors and all this shit. Just remember that. A lot of stuff can't be made now because of that. A lot of stuff is going to be censored because of that. When you people, this goes all the way. It goes all the way back to. Yeah, basically. I think that's where it's leading to, Riot Kitty. It's basically what it's leading to. And this is where the slippery slope steps in. This is where the domino effect steps in. Because it's very reminiscent of what happened with Skullgirls when you're censoring an art book that has been 10 years old that people actually put money down for. And having that stuff being taken away from you. This goes right in everything that I've been talking about this week and everything that's been going on this week goes right in line with the Stop Killing Games initiative. It goes right in line with that. There's almost a lot of crossover with that. People want ownership of their games. People want publishers to have an offline patch or something when the game goes offline to have at least a safeguard. If you're going to censor something, you're just going to take people's and censor it. Censor something that people already paid for. Take games away that people already paid for. Sorry, I'm sorry if I'm raising my voice about this, but I don't know how much more I can stress this out, guys. I don't know how much more I can stress this out. Okay, so we have a teleport. So we have a teleportation. Yeah, it's just... But yeah, you will own nothing and be happy. That's what it comes down to. Like, that's what this whole thing comes down to. And it's come from people who think they're morally righteous, who think they have a... They morally know what's good for you. And you can't stifle, and you're stifling creative expression. It's stifling creative expression. It's stifling freedom of expression. In which that is something that is a hill that I'm willing to die on. A lot of those games that was just mentioned, a lot of this content is just mentioned. Yes, I'm willing to defend that because we know because we know it won't stop with those games. It won't stop with content like that. Damn it. Okay. You know who said they were doing it for the greater good? Yeah, it's dictator behavior, man. It's almost the F-word behavior, man. This is dictators, man. This is just no, dude. It's just like you can't have this much power. Or it's like you're not gonna have that much. You should be having that much power over what people can decide. That was the one thing. That was always the thing. And I don't want to get into politics, but it's one of those things where it's one of those things where I don't like. Where I don't vote. Like where it's one of those. It's the big reason why I don't vote. Why I vote for what candidates I vote for, because are you voting to take my expression away from me? you voting to take it? Yeah, it's like I didn't vote for this person or that person because I'm very much for freedom of expression, and I admit I'm more freedom of expression than I am for freedom of speech, but I really am for freedom of expression. Oh, come on. Every day. Yeah, that's why I'm like pro freedom of expression. That's why I didn't vote for like Hillary Clinton back in the day. I didn't vote for Trump either, and I didn't vote for Trump at all. But I didn't in 2016. I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton just because of that big fear. Because I fear this is what it would lead to. Actually, honestly, I didn't vote for any candidate for the past 3 elections. I didn't vote for anybody. I just became independent. I despise both parties because this is where I'm afraid this is where it leads to. So I guess in some ways I saw this coming. You can almost argue that I saw this coming in a way. You know? You can also tell who the people who are pro-censorship to be so gullible. And here's the thing. The people who are, like you showed before, the people who are pro-censorship are now anti because it affects them. Once it affects them, that's when they start switching sides. When it starts affecting something that you like, something your media, that's when you start switching sides. When a lot of people have been saying about this for a very long time, for years, but we kept getting scoffed, but people kept getting scoffed off. People kept getting ignored. I'm not trying to say I'm a Nostradamus or anything. I'm just saying we saw this coming. A lot of people saw this coming. A lot of people, especially in my sphere, saw this coming. Whatever free nation, you must be debt-free. My raunchy Americans not been debt-free since 1835. That's true. That's true, man. That's true. So my fight will always be against censorship. I will always be anti-censorship because this is where it leads to, guys. Anyway, I'll pop open. We're gonna pop open the next. We're gonna pop open the next video from Legendary Drops a little bit later. So let's just focus on Wuchang at this point, because I'm still relatively new, and just like I said, guys, this is my first time doing this is my first Souls-like. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring this up. Okay. Mic check, make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. This is gonna be a mess right here. This is gonna be an absolute mess. Thank you guys so much. Smack that like button, make it jiggle. I'm looking because I'm trying to figure out how to restore my saves because they have randomly disappeared again from stream. Oh, really? Yeah, they updated the interface on Steam as well to make it more, I guess, more user friendly and stuff like that lately. But yeah, I still can't get over them. Trying to shout, just, you know, explain. Not sure what this is for, though. And I'm not sure where you're gonna go, so let's this is probably a hard boss to deal with. Let's do the updates to keep changing the UI. There are cloud saves, but not for the games whose saves disappeared. Oh shit, I'm sorry about that. So far, I am enjoying it. So far, I'm enjoying it. So far, the game looks great. First thought is I'm going to be dying a lot. Not sure. All day, I'm not sure where to go. Same, so you can have the option to respawn enemies. Where do we go next? This off with attack for central versus stamina effects. I'm just a little lost. I'm not sure where to go next. It's a very tall ladder, though. That is a very tall ladder. I'm trying to figure out where to go next. is now blaming the customers for their failures. They're actually blaming the customers because we give criticism, we give actual good, honest criticism, because Yves Guillemot is pathetic, just absolutely pathetic. And I think Ubisoft is I think they're worse. I think in some cases they're just as bad as EA, and I think in some aspects they're worse than EA too. At some point, I will get that the more I die, the more I'll get the hang of it. It feels like the more I die, the more I'll get the hang of it. Position yourself in front for it to the right. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. Your volume's lower than what are you talking about? My volume's lower than Eve's. What do you mean? It's just I'm not as close to the camera. That's probably why. Good evening, Grumpy. That's probably because I'm not close to my mic. Yeah, I'm not as close to my mic. Because I'm on PS5, guys. That's why. That's at least a nice white noise. Steam. At least night white noise stream. White noise. Oh my god. I'm sorry guys. It's real tricky to try to do this with my with the way like everything is set up. So it's because I'm on PS5. I'm not on my PC. So I might not be as close to. I'm trying to keep it as close to my mic as possible. So let me know if it's not close enough. So if anything, let me turn down though. Let me turn the audio down. No, this is Wuchang Fallen Feathers, guys. This is Wuchang. My first Souls-like. Okay. In fact, let me. In fact, I'm wondering if it's just the. Oh, you can't pause. So there is no way to pause. Oh shoot. Okay. 1 second. Okay, 1 second. HyperX, yeah, that's HyperX Quadcast, yes. Okay, check, guys, mic check. Am I loud enough? Okay, 1 second. Okay, check, guys, mic check. Am I loud enough? Okay, let me turn the turn the desktop off. You're better. Okay. I'll try to be as close as I can to my mic. Oh, we back here again. Defeat that enemy. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna clear side. Alright, let's try this again. Lots of bloodshed. Very much a lot of bloodshed. I feel like we don't have a choice on this button spell. Frankly. keep moving. I've seen a lot of different paths, so... Whoa! Okay, there we go. There we go. No. What are you talking about? Okay. I am so new to this right now. I am so new to this right now. Oh man. I am so new to this right now.
I'll just send you to the afterlife.
Who just said that? Oh. What the freak?
I'll clean you in twain.
Oh my god. Just jumped right out of nowhere. He's got a heavy weapon. Shit. No. 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 And I was out of potions. And I just wasted one. Hang on, hold on. So I'm really good at venturing this time. You can find red mercury to reach your level and earn red mercury essence. This can be used to unlock Impestus, respiratory, and enhance your abilities. Your strength grows. The red mercury cost for each subsequent refinement will increase. I wonder if is it overall or is it per weapon? Attack of an axe, okay. Oh wow, okay, so that opens up even more, okay. Yeah, so this one huge tree, okay. So we got one huge tree, basically. That's interesting. That is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Thank you guys. Got 7 people watching. Thank you all so much. Smack that like button, make it jiggle, guys. Smack that subscribe button, make it jiggle. Really appreciate that. We gotta get to close to. We are 2 away from 3.4K subscribers. You guys have been freaking amazing. Let me know if you guys let me know when you guys are ready for us to react to the Legendary Drops Ubisoft video, because I got some plenty of things to say about that. Oh my god. I feel like an unblockable right there. fall damage. So you can't take fall damage. Okay. I see what I mean there. Yeah, I see what I mean. Okay, okay, but yeah, anyway, guys. Let me know when you guys are ready, and we'll react to the... I want to react to the Legendary Drops video next. Because I already got that queued up. Oh, that's the dude who shot me. So what if the blade glows? That's weird though. All right. Madness retreats. Oh, we got another fragment. Okay. He's got a heavy. He's got a heavy. Let me take this motherfucker out. Whoa. They got, oh, I got both of them. Oh shit. Okay. I got both of them. I got both of them, man. I got both of them. Okay. I'm out, and I am so out of health right now. Special items you pick up during your journey can be equipped onto your item bar. To do this, navigate the equipment tab under the main menu. These special items can be highly effective in situations, and when used with certain objects, may trigger chain reactions that ease combat challenges. And can ease combat challenges. Health over time. All right. Almost got ambushed there. Almost got ambushed. This is not gonna be easy. Okay. 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 Oh my god. Okay, have a good night, Rye Kitty. Oh, this is gonna be ooh boy, this is not gonna be easy. Okay. So we are back here again. So we are back here again. Okay. I figure my time in Stellar Blade, I should know better. By the way, I'm gonna have to end up doing a 6th playthrough on PS5 because I'm still missing out on 2 outfits specifically. All right, let's try again. This is a trial by fire for me, since I'm not used to this kind of pacing for combat. I am not used to this kind of pacing. Okay, so you can switch out. So you can cycle through items, consumables, basically. Okay. Just gotta build that Mercury up. You gotta build that Mercury up. Whoa! You got to build that Mercury up. It's almost like your mind's gotta, like, you gotta change your mindset how you play, especially when it comes to slow lights. Especially when it comes to Souls-likes, because it's much more slower pace. You have to actually read their movements. Whoa, I just kicked both of them. I just kicked both of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not good at this. I'm being cornered. Oh, come on! I was cornered. Oh my god. Oh, I was so cornered there. I was cornered. Damn it. Okay. Let me try again. Okay. Oh, I have to get used to this. I really do have to get used to this, man. Okay. because my lunge is not far enough. You got this. You got this. Whoa! Okay, let me check my inventory. See what I can use. Okay, that might help. The purple berries may help. Herbal's berries may help. Okay. Sorry. Alright. Okay, I think. Okay, you got this. You got this. You got this. Oh my god. Oh, come on! Oh my god, okay. I'm so used to being fast-paced. I'm so used to being more of a hack and slash, you know? But you gotta learn to dodge. You really need to be patient, especially when it comes to multiple enemies at once. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Nothing to loot. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. 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 I got that. I got the drop on him too. I like that. Ooh, I got the drop on him. Duration. Oh, son of a bubble guppy. Okay, I ate the wrong thing. I ate the wrong thing. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's try this again. I ate the wrong thing. Okay, let's try this again. Oh my god. Ebb and flow. Your power is increased, but so is... Oh god. Let's take these berries out. No corruption, please. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, okay, you have my attention. You have my attention. There we go. There we go. There we go. She's got the body for it. She definitely has the body for it, though. Very athletic. I think it's more like athletic, though. You know what I mean? There we go. Okay, I forgot I still had that. I forgot I still had that, actually. And there's Jiggle. And there's Jiggle. Yep, there we go. Yep, this is what it's all about. And they're trying to take that away from you. They're taking the... Don't let them take the Jiggle away from you guys. Come on. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see how we do with the spear. We might have a longer reach, though, so... Whoa. Okay. What the? Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. does not hold your hand. It does not hold your hand. Okay. It does not hold your hand. It does not hold your hand. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's try this again. Right there. Oh, fuck. Whoa! Oh, both of us died. Both of us died. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, both of us died. What the freak? We get spawns right at the save point too. Spawns right at the save point. What the freak? Okay. Oh, we got it anyway, but you know, at the cost of our fall. Jesus. Okay. Let's go at this again. Oh my god. Okay. Patience. Okay. Oh, come on! Okay. We got this. There we go. Ooh. That's a finisher. That is a finisher right there. That is a finisher, y'all. Oh man. Okay. That was a finisher. Oh, come on. I'm trying to frame it. I'm trying to frame. Like you gotta watch your frames. You gotta watch your attack frames and such like that. It does not hold your hand. It does not hold your hand. Okay. It does not hold your hand. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, it does not hold your hand. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Crazy! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Dress is elegant, though. Dress is very elegant. Okay. let's. Yep, that ended him. That ended him. I don't want to jinx myself. I don't want to jinx myself. I don't want to jinx myself. I do not want to jinx myself. Okay. Okay, health bill. Okay. There we go. There we go. Let's not jinx it this time. You got to really be patient. Look at your animations too. Pay attention to your attack animations. Pay close attention to your attack animations. I wonder if I could use that as a charge. Huh. I wonder if I could use that as a charge though. Okay, I like this spear. Woo, okay, we got him. We got him! We got him! Yay, finally! Oh! Okay. Steam buns, yay! We use some buns. Use some buns right now. There we go. We got it. We got it. Oh, another save point. Yay! Another save point. Okay. All right, chat. Are you guys ready? You guys ready? All right, we're gonna switch over to. Uh-oh. Oh, Wuchang.
I just stepped out for a breather and ran into a fine woman.
I assume he's gonna be a merchant.
Name's Wuchang. I'm Dutanga's right hand. I take care of the big jobs.
I assume that.
Those temple fools keep sniffing around for my treasure. Soon as I send word to the boss, we're moving out.
Okay. I don't have another memory. I don't have another Mercury, do I? No, I don't. Okay, I don't have any other points. I can equip this benediction on here. Something that it, I'm still trying to get the hang of this, so I still am. Okay, so that resets the AI. Okay, so now we can teleport.
Those temple fools keep sniffing around for my...
Looks like we might have a quest in our hands. Looks like we have a quest in our hands. Go projectile. Oh, come on! Come on! Yeah, those projectiles. Oh my god, I think I've died like 30 times at this point. Oh, come on! That takes that attack is too much of a charge up, so you got to be like very careful about that too. Okay. I can't get rid of them. So I guess we'll... Helping, not helping. There we go. There we go. Ooh, God. Okay, yeah, I was like, yeah, you there, you about to attack me. You about to attack me, hit me by surprise. There we go. No, no, poison, no! Oh! Dang it, corruption! no, 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 no! No, no! Come on! Alright, good night, Emerald. Ah, damn. Okay, let's try this again. Are you serious? Okay, do not let them grab you, basically. Oh, this is a serious case of trial by fire right here. Serious case of trial by fire. Okay. Do not let me corner you. Okay, we got him. Charge heavy attacks, relentlessly charging or turning of heavy attacks will strike small, medium humanoids from behind and cause them to lose their balance, leaving them vulnerable to obliterate attack. Tunnel lock against, keep taking from escaping. Because only her dead body moves. I gotta be very careful. I have to be very, very careful. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Oh, we got a boss. We got a boss. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't seem friendly. He does not seem friendly at all. Okay.
Mountains near, rivers, eons pass in a heart. Stay still!
Are you serious? Get me on that stomp. Damn. Get me on that stomp though. Damn. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. First straight up boss, and I'm gonna get my ass kicked multiple times. Okay. All right.
Rivers, eons pass in a heart. You don't deserve it. Give her some.
Even if the light jabs will help, that's better than nothing. Oh, you see? Nah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Come on, you can do this. You can do this. Come on. Person dodge at the right moment to shimmer. It grants 1 stack of Skyborn. Increase your spells, discipline, and weapon skills. Okay. I don't even know how to block. Huh? No, dodging builds up your Skyborn, and you can use it to pull off spells.
Rivers, eons
got fire. He's got fire. Uh-oh. He's got fire. He's got fire. He's got fire. Did that work? Get those spells. Patient. Now. Whoa! He's breathing fire. He's breathing fire. One more hit. You got this. Oh, music's getting intense. Music getting intense. Oh, we got him! Woo-hoo! Yay! Woo!
Forget me not.
Woo! Oh! Woo-hoo! Oh. Whew. Holy crap. Uh-oh. Lightning key. I got the power of fire! I got fire! Okay, tempering equip onto your hotbar and use it to endow your weapon with special effects. You can insert bone needles and stone needles from the temperance menu. Change the types of temperance effects you again. Use the specific bone needles before activating your temperance. Unlocks your weapon's hit potential for much greater offensive potential. Temper effects dictated by your weapon's traits.
True power in feathering isn't about possessing it. It's about understanding it.
Right. Crazy. Memorial taboo, my wife. Okay, we got it. We got it. I pulled that off on the first attempt. I can't believe I pulled that off in like the third attempt, though. You got to be patient. Either move, just. Okay. Different. So you can install specific bone needles for activating temples also. Okay, we got a one-handed sword. Okay. Oh, I have enough for one. Okay. spells, discipline spells, weapon size. Skyborn Mike, assuming weapon skills was oh wow, okay. Yeah, this tree is gonna be huge. Okay, wow. Okay, I think we're figuring it out, guys. Okay, so different weapons have different effects. Oh. Oh.
Fast enough to chop the younger ones.
Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wow. Okay, I am a lot to say here. Wow. There we go. There we go. Sorry. Sorry. He getting him with that spear. I know, exactly. I think I might stick with the spear. I might stick with the spear, Jay. I might stick with that spear. It's oh shit, what time is it? Okay, 9:13. Okay, we'll probably stop at some point. We'll probably stop at like 10 o'clock. Alright. I figured in the meantime, I do want to do a reaction to Legendary Drops. I'll put the video in the description. I'll put the video in the chat so you guys can check that out. But yeah, this is his feelings towards Ubisoft, and you won't believe what they said today. And I realize I can't pause this. Son of a bubble guppy. I realize I can't pause this. Okay.
Ubisoft has crossed the line. In their seemingly never-ending downfall, they have chose to blame you, me, Steam, and everybody else for bashing their games and putting them in financial risk. Never mind the fact that their games on average are premium-priced, microtransaction-infested slop with inflated playtime to push player spending, all the while delivering a gaming experience that's akin to tasteless gruel. No. It couldn't be that. No, it's you. It's your fault. It's the campaigns against their games and their public statements. They're calling us an organized group now. I thought we were just customers. I have never seen a company that has been so committed to putting their own foot in their mouth that they then proceed to swallow their entire leg. I am so happy to watch this company fail because it sends a crystal clear message to the rest of this industry. Did you know that you love microtransactions and you think they're fun? Ubisoft says so. With the world at bated breath, waiting for Ubisoft's response to its catastrophic downfall and its constant controversies, they've come forward with their annual financial report, and their investors hammered them with questions they never saw coming. And their CEO fumbled. Badly. They start blaming everybody else, disregarding and misrepresenting the needs of players. They start scrambling for excuses when their investors start asking about Assassin's Creed Shadows as well as Star Wars Outlaws. And
guys, just remember, the microtransactions. What does he say? Microtransactions that actually that enhances the experience. Listen, there's Tone Deaf and then there's Ubisoft. Don't be Ubisoft. Don't be Yves Guillemot, okay? Like, I think after this whole stop killing games has basically swore me off of ever playing another Ubisoft game ever again at this point. I have zero respect for this company.
Would you believe it? Games journalists are still defending them. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, Displate. Displate makes high-quality metal posters that mount magnetically. No tools, no frames, and no wall damage. I've been using the... You know, is there something that we're doing wrong? Is there something that we should learn from this? But instead of reflecting, they've doubled down. In their latest financial report, Ubisoft doesn't describe player frustration as feedback, it calls it bashing. And now, according to them, public criticism isn't just unwelcome, it's a risk factor for the business. Directly from their financial report, it reads, Ubisoft is exposed to risks of damage to its reputation resulting from online bashing, understood as massive, sometimes virulent and organized campaigns of criticism.
I'm sorry. It's not online bashing, it's criticism. It's called feedback, which you refuse to take, Ubisoft. No wonder Tencent's trying to buy more and more stakes in you, man. You guys are really tone deaf. Seriously. Anyway.
Against its products, teams, and public statements. These campaigns may occur on social media, content distribution platforms, or in certain specialized media, particularly following strategic decisions, technical issues affecting games, or statements perceived as controversial by certain segments of the public. The changing perception of the video game industry as a cultural and artistic medium is also leading to an increase in criticism based on ideological or societal considerations, sometimes to the detriment of technical or gameplay aspects. This trend increases the risk of publishers such as Ubisoft of being exposed to controversy relating to social, moral, or identity standards associated with their productions. Man, Ubisoft immediately shows their hand. According to them, the problem isn't the state of their games, it's you, it's the community, it's the backlash, the people that are pointing out what's broken in their minds.
It's our fault, guys. Just remember, it's our fault.
You'll have to find another route.
It's our fault AC Shadows the way it was. By the way, Ubisoft, what is the, how are those sales with AC Shadows, by the way? Oh, what? 5 million players. I meant sales, not amount of player, not player retention. How are the sales?
Finding medicine to heal my brother. He was bitten by the man-eating monster in town.
How are the sales, Ubisoft?
But who knew there'd be soldiers guarding the place?
You're gonna have are we gonna see more layoffs too?
They stand there like smart.
But it's our fault, you know. It's all of this is our fault. Just remember, this whole thing with push for microtransactions is our fault. You know, we need to eat the slop. We need to eat the Ubi slop, right?
You're not offering feedback. You're mounting an organized campaign. You're not frustrated by years of recycled open worlds and corporate ideology infecting every creative decision. No, you're just part of a virulent trend. Then they go as far to say that societal criticism is distracting from technical or gameplay aspects, as if those two things are not directly connected to each other.
You make it sound like those two things are not mutually exclusive. No, the criticisms have been towards the combat, towards the gameplay, towards basically everything that you've been doing. Ubisoft, get the hell out of here with that.
As if games don't suffer when they're built around shallow politics, performative casting, and tone-deaf writing instead of just cohesive gameplay and coherent worlds. This is what happens when a publisher is more concerned with optics than outcomes. They stop listening, they stop reflecting, and they start categorizing criticism itself as a threat to be neutralized. This is not a studio that's taking responsibility. This is a studio that is pathologizing dissent. These guys work for the CDC now. It's a desperate attempt to frame public frustration as some kind of unfair attack because, well, the alternative would be admitting that maybe, just maybe, people might actually have a point. But hey, at least they're identifying the problem, right? At least they see that something is broken, that people are pointing something out. That is a step in the right direction, or at least it would be until you read how they plan to mitigate this risk. In order to prevent and limit these risks, Ubisoft has implemented internal reputation monitoring, crisis management, and content moderation systems, has adapted its communication strategy to reflect this new context, and its legal and human resources departments have developed appropriate processes to respond to these attacks on its reputation. Also, calls on external partners to support in its monitoring and crisis management strategy. So just to be clear, Ubisoft's solution to being criticized for making bad games is to surveil and suppress. Not to fix the games, not to listen, not to examine the very clear reasons why people are upset. No, their answer is reputation monitoring, crisis management protocols, and content moderation systems. Basically PR fire suppression. They didn't build new pipelines for player feedback, they're building systems to be able to deflect it. They're not improving their output, they're building defenses against people pointing out the rot. They even roped in legal and HR because now apparently criticism is a workplace threat, because if somebody says this game sucks a little bit too loud online, Ubisoft wants a team of lawyers and crisis handlers ready to classify it as reputational damage.
Of course.
That's how fragile these people have become.
It is very fragile. Like let's make no mistake. This companies like Ubisoft are so fragile, basically. Like, they are straight up fragile. Because they cannot take any form of criticism. They can't take even the lightest form of criticism. One second. Oh, come on! Okay, I think I might move back to the spear. I think we need to move back to the spear. But yeah, they can't take any form of criticism.
And just to tie it all off, they include external partners. Ubisoft is almost certainly referring to platform holders here. Steam, Xbox, PlayStation. They're not bringing these people in to be able to improve their work. They're bringing them in to be able to monitor you, keep tabs on you, flag dissent, control perception. And in fact, we know that's the case because last year it was reported that Ubisoft was asking Steam to hide concurrent player data. This isn't risk mitigation, it's image management at the expense of reality. They're more invested in preserving the illusion of quality than actually achieving it. And if you've ever wondered why this industry feels so hollow right now, why it feels like no one in power is actually listening, this is why. If Ubisoft actually wanted to win players back, they'd be focused on quality, on listening to the overwhelming amount of feedback that they've been getting about how much people hate the way that they've designed their games and how they're paying full price for single-player games only to find them packed with microtransaction shops, battle pass mechanics, and pay-to-progress shortcuts. But instead, their financial report spends paragraphs trying to justify it. And I quote, "New methods of gaming and forms of monetization have emerged in recent years on PC and consoles. This is the case in particular with free-to-play and subscription models, which in parallel with the premium model, offer a possibility of reaching a wider and more diverse public and strengthening player engagement." Followed by the real punchline, the monetization offer within premium games makes the player experience more fun by allowing...
You know, it would be illegal, basically. It makes me wonder with under the, you know, the UK law, safety laws, that going to affect companies too. Jesus Christ, man.
Allowing them to personalize their avatars and progress more quickly. However, this is always optional. Ah, yes, microtransactions.
Really?
Famously...
Is it always optional, Ubisoft? Really? Really? Is it always optional? Okay. Okay, keep telling yourself that.
Fun. I love paying to skip parts of a game that I just paid $70 for. Players all over the world right now are begging for more economic friction in their escapist hobbies, right? Look, man, I get it. People do engage with microtransactions. I've done it. If I love a game, I'll support it, but that's not what's happening here. This isn't about rewarding great work. It's about forcing monetization into single-player games that were never designed for it. And when you do that, you break the very reason why people play those games. Just look at Assassin's Creed Shadows. Some of the coolest looking equipment, gear that's not just cosmetic, by the way, is locked behind a premium shop in a full-priced RPG. Why explore? Why hunt for secrets and search every single corner of the map if you know that the best stuff isn't in the world, it's in your wallet?
Exactly.
And of course, it's not like it stops there. The entire
exactly. Like, look at that armor here. It was like, okay, so this is premium currency here, microtransactions. Like, fuck off. Don't give me this whole thing where not everything is locked behind a paywall. That you can just skip over parts of the game with currency. With premium currency. Get the hell out of here, man.
Base building mechanic in Assassin's Creed Shadows, which directly affects progression and power, is strangled behind resource collection limits. The most valuable resources, or the most amount of resources that you can capture, you have to call in supply runs, but those calls are limited and recharge over time. It's like a fucking mobile game. So what's their solution? Well, buy resource bundles with real money. That is intentional design. That is a system that is built around monetization in a premium game. It doesn't matter what game it is. If you want to sell microtransactions, the game has to create a need for it. That means limiting rewards, padding out progression, and turning achievement into frustration. And that always comes at the cost of enjoyment. These companies treat microtransactions like a silver bullet for profit, but they have a ceiling. They can only make sense in certain types of games, and single-player RPGs are not one of them. If anything, they poison the entire experience, and players aren't just opting out of these games. They're walking away consciously because they don't want to engage with any of this crap, and subconsciously because they're not rewarded properly, and the game just doesn't feel good to play anymore. I don't think that Ubisoft is ever going to come to terms with this, because in doing so...
No, they're not. They're not going to come to terms with they've been following the same damn formula for the past, decade and a half at this point. They've been following the same formula. They've been following the same kind of structure and everything being so premium microtransaction heavy. And what's even more kind of grating about it is that Ubisoft is too tone deaf, or so delusional. Like, Yves Guillemot is so delusional, so much in denial, that what their strategy is really hurting their company. That really, a lot of this is on them. A lot of their problems is specifically on them.
That would mean confronting a truth that they have spent years refusing to see. This is a company that does not want to be in touch with reality. I remember when I was speaking with former and current Ubisoft employees during one of my earlier investigations, some of them had survived the layoffs, but others hadn't. But one thing that they all pointed to was the exact same: a culture of toxic positivity. A QA specialist had told me that they were not allowed to directly tell somebody what they did wrong. They could only share solutions. You couldn't criticize. You couldn't identify the problem. You could only reframe failure as a soft, vague suggestion. And oh, by the way, make sure to put a smiley face at the end of your email, otherwise you might be in an HR meeting. At Ubisoft, ignorance is bliss. That mindset infects everything. You can see it now. You can see it plain as day, especially when Ubisoft now turns around and blames the current reputation of the Star Wars franchise for the underperformance of Star Wars Outlaws, as if that explains anything, as if people didn't love Rogue One, as if Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor weren't some of the best-selling Star Wars games of the last decade. Even Battlefront 2, the game that was once dragged for its monetization, is...
Let's ignore the fact. Let's ignore the issues of Star Wars Outlaws. Let's ignore the fact that Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, to an extent, because it was a buggy mess at launch, let's ignore that those games have done well with Star Wars fans. Let's ignore that. Let's blame Disney for the fact that we have a K-Vest that looks nothing, absolutely nothing, like the original face model she's based on. Dumbass enemies, absolutely idiotic AI, takedowns that make no sense whatsoever, the same Ubisoft format over and over and over again. How did those sales go? A complete buggy mess. Let's add on to that. But we're gonna blame Disney for this, right? This is not taking accountability. It plain and simple, this is not taking accountability whatsoever.
Now found new life. Star Wars is fine. What isn't fine is them. The only thing holding any project back, game, show, or movie, is quality. It's whether the audience enjoys it, whether it's fairly priced, whether it respects the time and the attention of the people that showed up to support it. But instead of aiming for that, Ubisoft keeps chasing these top-down, politically correct visions of demographic reach, convincing themselves that if they just hit every checkbox and if they pack it full of microtransactions, that they'll just manufacture success. It's fucking delusion, and worse, it's disconnection. These executives are not living in the same world as the rest of us. Lack of accountability, suppressed feedback, deflection. These are the things that are killing Ubisoft right now, and they're going to keep killing Ubisoft until there's nothing left, until the last studio that they have is just quietly swallowed up by Tencent. Staying in tune with your audience, relating to them, understanding their needs, and evolving with them, these things are not optional. It is the bare minimum, and for whatever reason, Ubisoft feels like they are just immune to it. Crisis management for a video game company.
Exactly.
Are you guys kidding me? Nowhere in the 400-page financial report, yes, I read the entire thing, unfortunately.
400-page financial report. So basically, it's just 400 pages of them of them blowing their own ego. Of them inflating their own ego. Of not taking any accountability. So it's just 400 pages of fluff.
Not a single time did they bring up how feedback against their games was valid in any way, or that their games need to change in any significant way. It's just monitoring, watching, monetization strategies and trends. The only thing I saw related to quality was them saying that it seems that today players are more sensitive to quality. No shit, Sherlock. You guys are charging $70 for video games, $80 in some cases, and half the time they...
I just want to let you guys know. It only costs us $60 for the deluxe edition of Wuchang Fallen Feathers, and I can guarantee you, for as many times as I've died in this damn game, I've gotten way more out of my $60 than I probably ever would have gotten if I played Assassin's Creed Shadows. Just saying.
They can't even run on a 4090. What do you expect? You guys are selling sailboats without a mast and handing players a paddle and saying figure it out. Sorry, selling players a paddle with diamonds for $29.99.
Exactly. You're selling. You're basically giving us a boat that is. Let's just put it this way: a boat that is basically has a bunch of holes on it. Is barely can't keep straight on water. Is able to sink easily, and the only way to actually fix this is you have to sell through microtransactions. You're selling the mast, you're selling the paddles, you're selling every component that makes the boat able to actually float on water, able to actually keep afloat on water, and you're selling that back as microtransactions. Ooh, man, this crash, bro. This crash. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Completely optional. Microtransactions are fun. Fuck you.
Microtransactions are fun.
That's all I have to say. That level of delusion is only enjoyed by people that are so detached from reality that they cannot even comprehend what it is like to relate to just common people. Things are already so hard for people in the middle class and lower class right now.
Sorry, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Who is this panda? We got a do we have a panda merchant? Is that what it is? We have a panda merchant, y'all. People were saying that Hypnotic was saying in his chat that everybody was gooning for the panda merchant. That panda is cute, I gotta say. Okay, that might be Poe. Do you guys think 10-1 odds that might be Poe from Kung Fu Panda before he became good, or it might be an older Poe. I don't know. He's looks very cute and fluffy. He looks very fluffy. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. I love it. See, I'm getting more out of this, honestly. I'm just saying. And I'm getting my ass and and I suck at this, so I'm getting more out of it. I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
There's so much extra chip damage. Everything is so expensive. Do you think people really want this stuff in their single-player games? What are you thinking? It's fun. If you guys thought that was the worst of it, we're not even close to being done yet. Because after this financial report, Ubisoft ended up having a Q&A with their investors, and these guys came out swinging. I'm talking brutal, monstrous questions that these guys were just not ready for. And Ubisoft CEO did not handle it well. Ubisoft has managed to place itself at the center of nearly every single industry controversy over the last half decade. Their stock price hasn't recovered, investor confidence is still shaky, and during this month's annual town hall, leadership was pressed hard about the company's future, their social ideologies used in Assassin's Creed Shadows, its performance, and more. Yves Guillemot, Ubisoft CEO, fielded questions directly in a live Q&A following a series of bold claims about the company's strategy, financials, and public perception. And wouldn't you know it, games journalists tried to cover for them and reframe the criticism. Lewis Packwood of GamesIndustry.biz summarized the questions in an article titled "Nothing is Written in Stone. Ubisoft Head Responds to Stop Killing Games Petition." They write, first they asked him about Assassin's Creed Shadows, which stars a real-life 16th century African samurai. The questioner asked, there's been a lot of controversy regarding that game.
Real life, yes. 16th century, yes. African samurai. That is very, very debatable. Very, very, very debatable.
Adding that Ubisoft has been accused and criticized for this wokeist trend. So woke or no woke, he continued. How do you explain Ubisoft's deteriorated reputation, which may actually challenge the foundations of your organization? Or are you going to backtrack or backpedal on this leftist political agenda? Is there room in the entertainment world for that kind of stance? Second, the questioner brought up Stop Killing Games, citing the crew specifically. He said, so do you support the petition? At the end of the day, when a player buys a Ubisoft game, do they own it, or is there a chance that they may no longer be able to play that game years later? Guillemot responded to the first question by pointing out that Yasuke was someone who existed in real life and showcasing a character that has been extremely successful, and that is why we decided to tell that story. In regards to the second question, Guillemot noted Ubisoft provides information for how long a game can be played and that players are forewarned when a game is about to be discontinued. You provide a service, but nothing is written in stone. At some point, a service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal, and we're doing our best to make sure that things go well for all players and buyers, because obviously support for all games can't last forever.
You didn't answer the question. You did not answer the question. By the way, you just refused to answer the question. They asked if this agenda is affecting your games. They asked about Stop Killing Games, and you're dodging the question. You are blatantly dodging the question.
But that's an issue that we're working on. That's something that the industry at large is working on to minimize impact on players. But clearly, that's something that you need to factor in. He continued by pointing out that software tools can become obsolete or unavailable over time. And that's why we release a new version. And so we have a second version, and then a version 3. But clearly, this is a far-reaching issue, and we're working on it. Yeah, see, what you're actually describing there is called planned obsolescence. It's a pipeline of continued revenue designed to devalue the product that you already bought.
It's devaluing. You're just devaluing the product. You don't care. You don't give a damn about game preservation. Even of your own damn titles. You do not care about game preservation. This is why you're in this mess in the first place.
Pressure you into buying the next one that they make. Only in the case of the games industry, their plan is just to take away what you bought to force you into the next. Now, I want to point something out so you guys can see how sometimes these games journalists will...
Don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product. That's basically this industry in a nutshell.
Sidestep actual issues instead of reporting on what was actually said. Sometimes they will paraphrase, sanitize, and reframe until the core of the question completely disappears. The article claims that the question was about Ubisoft being criticized for a wokeist trend overstarring a real-life 16th century African samurai, but that was not the question that was asked. What was actually asked was, there's been a lot of controversy around Assassin's Creed Shadows, which stars a 16th century black samurai, a bold choice for Ubisoft. He gets to fall in love with a transgender character, so woke or no woke? See how different that is? The article reduces it to a race-based question, stripping out the identity politics.
Drops. No. I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Let's not add. No. See. You're still softballing the question. That's still a softball question. Let's add on to the fact that you have a quote-unquote black samurai who gets into an affair with the woman who is actually the mother of Japanese imperialist? The woman who was very dedicated to her husband. And she got into an affair with a black samurai. Look it up. Let's stop on the question. Let's ask him, how disrespectful to Japanese history and Japanese culture have you been with this game, Ubisoft? Because we could point that out. We could point so many things out. Let's point out the fact that you have a freaking female sumo wrestler as part of your crew. That made no sense whatsoever. When you let's continue to the fact that you kept talking off out of both sides of your mouth and saying, oh, this is historical fiction, it's not real. And at the same time saying it's based on historical facts. Let's add on to the fact that one of your consultants was more obsessed over the relationships between Buddhist monks and their little boys than actually being historically accurate. We can go on. We can continue. We can happily continue. I'll wait. Because all my criticisms were more than just having Yasuke as your main character, when you were better off using creating a fictional character like every other Assassin's Creed game that you've done in the past. You had every right to make this a freaking hit, because this is what everybody would have wanted, an Assassin's Creed set in feudal Japan, and you blew it. Every single step. How are those numbers? What are the sales figures, Ubisoft? It has been nearly 5 months at this point. We're still waiting.
Entirely, and in doing so, it pretends that the controversy is just about casting alone, when in reality, it's about the broader ideological choices and the growing tensions between creative direction and audience expectations. This is what the media does when they want to discredit criticism. They zoom in on a single dot and then mock the people that are pointing at it, conveniently ignoring that that dot is a part of a graph, one with a visible trend, a trajectory, and a pattern that people are reacting to. That is not journalism, that is editorial filtering. And Guillemot's response wasn't any better. They conveniently also left out how he fumbled through a tone-deaf justification, saying that when you get to play the game is full of characters, the characters actually blend in with the game. Then pivoted to, we wanted to showcase a hero's journey. Everybody wants to play a hero's journey. It's a powerful expectation. This isn't just about Ubisoft or manga series. This is someone who really existed, and showcasing that character has been extremely successful. None of this actually answers the question. It just avoids it, and that's...
Where are those sales figures, Ubisoft? Because you still haven't answered the question. If you want to talk about extremely successful. And why is it that out of you can't keep consistent with the rest of your series? Because every other game had a fictional protagonist that fit into their world. And yet this is the first game you want to use as a real-life historical figure. Inconsistency, Ubisoft. Answer the damn question.
That's the problem when both the media and leadership refuse to engage honestly with criticism, when they pretend that it's not happening or they rewrite it to sound easier to dismiss. These studios never learn the right lessons. That's how you end up with games that alienate their audiences and underperform. The whole reason why players are complaining is specifically because these games are full of characters that don't blend in with the game. They stand out, they make a statement. That's what they're there to do, and it's obvious that that statement is one that is clearly not resonating with their core audiences that Ubisoft built these franchises for. It blows my mind that we still cannot have this conversation openly. Developers need to come to terms with the reality that the values that they want to express aren't always going to be shared by their audience, and when those ideas are handled with zero nuance, when the writing is shallow, when the characters are visual repellent, and everything else feels like it was designed to provoke rather than connect, it's going to backfire. These games don't showcase identity. They parade it around like it's a warning label. We're seeing this in other games too, with unattractive characters. It's as if they think that they can just make people like ugly by forcing it into every single game design. Guys, nobody wants to buy a lecture. I am here to buy a video game. I mean, Guillemot said it himself. They chose to showcase Yasuke because they saw he was already extremely successful. In other words, they saw him trending somewhere else, they saw him used somewhere else, and they decided to repurpose that image to serve their own narrative.
Oh, by the way, the idea, the direction they went with Yasuke was inspired by George Floyd and the Summer of Love, by the way. I just want to give you that little bit of information. Yeah, fuck Ubisoft.
On a romance subplot with a trans character, not because it actually served the story, but because it helped tick every single possible demographic box in a blind attempt to reach a wider audience. But all it does is just tokenize those identities by having it appear somewhere out of place. It flattens these complex social issues and realities into marketing beats. This is not representation, this is opportunism. And trying to spin that backlash as players being uncomfortable with a black protagonist is just insulting. It's so lazy. These games aren't being rejected because of who's in them. They're being rejected because they suck and
every dumbass trying to use that race excuse. It's like, no, I have a problem with a black protagonist. The problem is that why are you using a historical figure when you're better off using a better character than this? I'm like, really? This is the direction you want to go with, Ubisoft? I'm sorry. I'm going off on a damn tangent right now.
People can see straight through the intent because these stories feel hollow, these characters feel forced, and the audience that you're trying to pander to, this so-called virtuous crowd that you see on the internet you're trying to impress, they don't even show up to buy your games. I also had noticed how a lot of writers conveniently left out the very first question in the Q&A, a direct ask about the budget and sales performance of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Guillemot dodged it entirely, saying that Ubisoft doesn't disclose its sales or production costs, but in the same breath then admitted that they had over 5 million players and that it cost over 100 million euro to make, and it also required a very heavy investment into its engine. Seeing that most AAA games today, especially open world games, cost over $300 million to make, and even if we're being generous and pretending that the 5 million players actually means 5 million units sold, which we know it doesn't because it also has their subscription services in there, and even if we assume that every copy sold was sold for $70, which it hasn't because the game has already been on sale multiple times and is currently on sale for 25% off just 4 months after its release, you're still looking at a game that only made $350 million in gross revenue before Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation take their cuts. And let's be real, profitable, high-performing games don't get discounted this fast unless something went wrong, especially from a publisher in Ubisoft's financial condition. I make these videos because I want the industry to learn, because I'm hoping that somebody is actually listening, and I try to make sure that these criticisms and my points are laser focused so that they can't be taken out of context, even though they likely will regardless of whatever I say. But I want people to be heard. I want players to be heard. I want people's identities to be protected and respected and properly represented and not turned into fucking campaign talking points more than anything else. Just own up to your mistakes. Make a good game. You're making games for people, not for demographics. Then they go on to stop killing games. I love that line that they put in. You provide a service, but nothing is written in stone. At some point, a service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal. We're trying to do our best for both players and buyers. That's crazy, man. All my N64 games.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You wonder why people are going to sail in the 7 seas. You wonder why there's this huge campaign to reverse this whole thing. You wonder why people are going into emulators too. Dude, I've had my PS3 for what? A decade and a half at this point. And it still runs smoothly. It still runs great. I still got so many of all my PS3 games I still have. I got a PS2 emulator, which is still running such high quality PS2 games. people still, you could probably name that you guys probably have consoles that you guys still have till this day. You guys have games that you guys still own till this day. Ubisoft does not care about game preservation, and you are some stupid and delusional thing as they do. I'm sorry, you're delusional if you think they actually care about stop killing games. Sorry, this is getting it out of me, man.
And PS2 games, those were they services or products? Because they still work right now.
Yeah, they still
Notice
work.
how they phrase it. Both players and buyers. Notice how we're already being separated into classes. You know, I just realized recently that the reason why these companies have been changing to reporting players instead of units sold, one side benefit is that they actually get to hide their performance, but the other part of it is to just erase the idea of ownership. It's slimy as hell, but that's exactly why they're doing it. Because he's calling games a service even when he's still talking about buyers, but you can't buy a service.
No.
You pay for a service. You subscribe to a service. Buying is the act of acquiring something. You don't acquire that because it's not yours. I didn't know that these executives could rewrite the laws of language to be able to suit their quarterly earnings call. I genuinely do not think that these corporations or a lot of these companies have just caught up to the modern era and how fast information travels, and they don't realize how easy it is for regular people to see through their bullshit. All the constant reframing, all the things that they take out of context, the corporate doublespeak, everything they use to be able to manipulate these narratives in their favor. It used to work, but it doesn't work anymore. And right now, all people want is humility and accountability. And they're getting neither of those. And the longer that continues to go on, the more of these companies are going to continue to suffer, and the more of these companies that are just going to go out of business entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys already know, I am here for it. Please. Please keep doing what you're doing. Because then that means that other companies, a lot of these indie publishers that actually understand what the needs of players are today, that are supporting some of the grassroots movements within this industry, some of the people that are actually going out and supporting Stop Killing Games publicly, those are the guys that are going to take over.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the people that I want running this industry. That's all I got. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, subscribe to the
It's not just the developers who are supporting Stop Killing Games. Those are the ones you want to see run this industry. It's also the people who are standing up to censorship, standing up to all of these, standing up to not only censorship, but all of this BS that's going on. Those are the people you want running this industry. Just saying. Man, damn, I am just going at it on this one, man. Just going freaking at it. So yeah, that was Legendary Drops. I wanted to share that one because I had a lot to say. I had a whole lot to say. Okay. Cutthroat world, I'll tell you that much. Okay. We're gonna fly back. We're gonna head back to the Revenant Temple real quick. So yeah, I just had a lot to say about that. A lot to say on this whole thing with the censorship, with everything that's been going on, basically. And yeah, and this right here is no exception. This is absolutely no exception. Okay, let's continue. We gotta get him this time. Heavy armor, too. It's heavy armor. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Let's try it again. I was supposed to dodge. I hit the wrong button, basically. I hit the wrong button, son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Okay. Okay, I think I got him this time. I think I got him this time. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, man. I just wonder if this opens anything. Oh, so you need a key to get in there. Okay. So you will need a key to get in there. Okay. Alright. Okay. We're gonna stop here. We are gonna stop here, guys. Thank y'all so much. If we get to 20 likes, that'd be great. Get to 20 likes, that'd be great. Just a lot to go over on the censorship thing. And we're gonna continue the censorship. We're gonna continue this censorship discussion. If there's any more news going on, especially tomorrow, we'll get into that. And especially I want to kind of get into a little bit of the Pixiv stuff too. There's some T stuff that got women doxxed too that we'll probably want to get over on Makini Live as well. A couple other things, but would you guys like a part 2 tomorrow evening? Let me know, guys. Would you guys like a part 2 tomorrow evening? Sound off in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. Anyway, guys, thank y'all so much. Smack the like button, make it jiggle. Smack that subscribe button, make it jiggle. So far, I am enjoying it. I'm dying too many times, but I'm enjoying it. I'm actually enjoying it. So, I got a lot to learn. I have a very much lot to learn. So, thank y'all so much, and I'll see y'all next time. I'm Makini 90 Arts Sermon Illustrator. Thank you for tuning in to Makini Drops presents Peak Gaming. Until then, stay cute, stay sexy, have fun, take care, much love, never apologize for wanting attractive women in your media, especially in your video games. Say no to censorship. Don't let these people push you around. Don't let these payment processors push you around. I'm serious about that. And above all else, never stop drawing. Have a great rest of your night, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow for Makini Live. Until then, I love y'all. Game over. I just realized I screwed up the outro. That was on me. I just screwed up the outro. Let me try it again.
You have reached the end of this journey. Fear not. We hope to see each other once again. Thank you for playing in our world. And now it's time to return you back to your world. Thank you for tuning in to Peak Gaming. And until next time, game over. Peak Gaming is produced by Makini Drops Productions in association with Special Stage Entertainment and is distributed by CSF Nation Domestic Television Distribution.